Yo, 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 yo. What's up, everybody? What's up? Hello, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? All right, we're minutes away from the interview. Hey, Miwi Kiwi. Hey, X-Rated. How you guys doing? We got Ziz's stream in the background. I got it muted for now. But what are we? We're 7 minutes away. 7 minutes away from the Ziz, John, and Mark interview. It's going to be a doozer, hopefully. Hopefully we get some answers. We'll see what happens. I'm excited. Yeah, of course I'm excited. I'm excited to hear what they have to say. You know, there's a lot of noise going on right now, so I'm super excited. Hey, what's up, Sir Groulette? How you doing, man? Oop, looks like he's getting ready. Whoa.
Does it sound good?
Hello, this is Mark.
Let's see. Still louder. Okay, I'll turn you up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you? How does it sound now? Does that sound all right?
Yep.
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm. We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a.
Okay.
Ooh, but I have echo when I speak. I think.
Yep.
Yeah, I can hear
Oh,
myself.
okay. All right. We'll just get our audio guy to fix that.
Yeah.
All right. Can you try again now?
All right. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't think I have echo anymore.
Nope.
How?
Great.
What's? How? I'm still louder than them. Yeah. Maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey, Jen, are you able to get the? Sweet. All right. Apparently, it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
Yes.
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test. How is this chat? How is this?
Yep. Better.
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more. I can put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right. Try now.
All right. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's all right.
Okay, Ziz, we can hear him, bro. Go.
Okay, everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is
All right.
good?
All right.
Okay,
Okay,
Ziz.
cool. Everyone's saying good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during this. Like, I've had some, like, OBS issues lately.
Oh, shit. Damn it.
So, hopefully not. But yeah, I'm ready to start. I'll do just, like, a quick intro, and then we go. But, yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of GGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Did he say neon?
Yeah. I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But, it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah.
Mhm.
No, I do have a lot of questions. So I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the like, what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that like there isn't really a like an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. what I will make, like, all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving things until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. Like, you have to have that like progression where you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like, we just have to go through these things one at a time.
What's up,
So I think
Chris?
right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the
Right.
reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like, the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Yeah.
If you're talking about the amount of time, like doing that, like, I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like, much more often I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like, as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like, the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that, like, that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like, if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? It's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like, that's why when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like, here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. Is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's, I think, what puts us a little bit like, when it comes to communication with the community, like, people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever. But at the end of the day, what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that. So we're going to look at like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good. We'll look at Act 3. We'll look at the reasons why it might be bad. We'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like, it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like, the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, like, this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or in the area doesn't like the area despawns and you're like, you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, along with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that...
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering
if the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like, that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like, literally, that's what all developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like, then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like, we're still looking for what those things are. And like, it's not always necessarily obvious with all the changes that you make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like, nerf the, like, well, no, it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the your items and stuff like that, like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah.
Speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion change, are you referring to the rare minions, or referring to the player minions? Because those are both. Both of those were incredibly terrible.
Just fuck up. Yes.
Those were just fuck ups. And the thing is, it's so easy for shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like it's early access, so we're allowed. But we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And stuff like that, like let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we just undo it, right? Like we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now? I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was for some reasons the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare. And then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it. But it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them, and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign, then that would be a thing where it's like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just means that
I can give examples.
There might still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're talking...
Hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
No, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay, sure. But so what I'm saying is that so this is an example.
I think that has changed.
But that's just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But we are weaker now, right? A lot of skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean, that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right? They were tuned down on a lot of things, and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are the main problem, right? Like if you're seeing like clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2, like the Faradin are just really, really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some tuning.
I mean,
there.
To get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas. All areas in the campaign and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast. Right. They're doing it literally as we speak up. And my intention after this is to go through. And so like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the canopy. Sure. The monsters are real fast. And then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight confined space. And it just, you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything, you just get absolutely swarmed.
I guess I'm a little...
But just to continue with that though. I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional, but like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like, sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like, we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like, it really isn't that great. In PoE 1, in the distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time. And then there were some changes, like, I don't know how many years ago it was, like, what was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1 like thing? Like, we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It just made the monsters feel better that we had there. So, like, you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like,
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that, like, you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general, is that the target to hit is smaller. Like, because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into, is just that, like, it's okay if everything if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively, it's like, in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to, like, the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player, because, like, if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like, there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that, and like having such a huge skill ceiling, means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so, like, what that also means though, is that, like, if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like, if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where, if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things, is like, if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like, what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like, maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like, if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it, and that's fine. Like, we will get to the point where that is fun. But we'll do that by while still making sure that we have a good experience for, you know, like, ideally for everyone, right? Like, it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counter player, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that, because of what you mentioned with. Like, the faster monsters is generally a bad thing.
Well,
so
faster monsters combined with less
just
power
because
for the player.
I'm like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out
of the gate.
Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant, where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making monsters slower?
Won't that immediately make it? Yeah, won't that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like, what, doesn't it kill the game for them? Like what I'm saying is, like, it's easy to say like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like, a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I do test runs of everything, right? And it's like if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act One, I wouldn't play the game anymore. And that isn't helping anyone, right? Like I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like if I'm not enjoying myself, then it's like how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like well, okay, like why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
There's just a lot. I just thinking more on this specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus canopy and mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You
Right.
feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said.
Hey, Eric.
And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start. And then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the
the
reservation.
Farradon have a problem.
And then you get
And there's the
so
Titan Valley as well.
I've seen
Yeah.
a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different
Right.
things, and so I'm
Yeah,
trying to
good
understand
point,
what
Zikr of
you
a
know,
lot. I
how much
agree.
we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought,
Right.
Utsal, you've got Canopy. We're going to start. Those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of control. And you got heaps of this. So start there, and we keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like why is it that there are 6 different varieties of which all are just, as you've heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're
Index.
playing PoE 1.
Rax is
I
typing
think,
Yeah.
which I thought was a
Yeah.
funny comparison.
Yeah.
Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast. Well, that's a problem. 5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up
Still
and
have a
down
long time
pacing,
to
and it
figure
can
out
feel
a
kind of fun,
balance.
where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a
Yep,
row where I'm
that's
just on
becoming
edge,
more and
getting
more
swarmed.
clear.
Like, absolutely, and that creates this extreme negative feeling of like I can't do the things that my skills want me to do, and that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that, and I want to fix that imminently. Like I'm going to immediately get onto doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing because I know that's just bad. Like I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even like once again you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like. If there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
there's another thing you.
I was just gonna say, I think
Sorry.
there's almost like 2 different player bases where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay, every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then and then it kind of works. And like you'll get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences anymore because we've managed to sort of fix all of those cases, and that point won't be in a situation where just everything is slow. Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like
True.
as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better
Yeah.
everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely overwhelmed. That's why I pointed out
Well-
everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able, like there has to be situations where your plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Well, it's monster
proportionate
life
to
is
some
the easiest way.
degree.
If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing.
Mhm.
And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly, everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is well, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing up. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously die to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died to. And a lot of that is where you get like, it isn't necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well, I guess that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the way. That is like an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like a certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to, I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially, even though warrior is, or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with maces, it's like, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is a shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here may be a cluster or two having the kind of
I'm
upside
shocked the
downside, but
Stygian dolls
it's
aren't
honestly
in it.
something we've aside. Obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides. Where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times. So it'll find its sweet spot for sure. And it's definitely not there yet.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be
is the
felt.
main guy.
And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying the notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because it's got the downside, and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, and that
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increase is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot, but. Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like you're like, I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark. Some do, some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new things there. So
bit
of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons. And you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches? Or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. Look, I mean, people are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening.
I think he's annoyed
now
more than
because like
nervous.
it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday.
Yeah.
Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance.
No,
like,
he's annoyed.
Obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything.
Annoyed.
And we'll get to that sweet spot for sure. But like,
I mean, it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time. And the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now. Now we can start on all of the actual like all of the positive buff parts. And so it's like like last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to. We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like
he doesn't like to push
bring
back.
all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle. And we started with the bringing outliers down. And then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. But like by that point, it's kind of too late. And so like we're going in and then now our idea here is like, we thought we were, like literally up until the last minute, we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going. Right, let's start buffing. Let's look at weak things. And like, it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though, it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. and we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing,
Mhm.
but now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill, this skill. Like, let's go. What are we changing? What are we changing? What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep. We're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't. But like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
And do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
Like 2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's what
thing
I wanted.
because okay, like so like one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And
Yeah.
like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like,
That's
so
good.
the idea that someone's like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure,
so
sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funny with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole thing by adding checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just tell someone, hey, go do this while I'm looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
Hey, Res.
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like
Hey, Chico.
your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing that's missing.
Like, making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Did
Well,
he say
a
want?
big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, you know, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts though, and they are very large even with knowing the layouts, just because our movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matlan Waterways, before they're getting reworked, hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower, but I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it
Yeah, so
longer. It
that
is just a lot
that
of these
area in
zones are very long.
particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like it's not like okay like we other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works, but that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people, but like once again it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like that the issues that that area has would apply to the whole game. You know, like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular
So
area.
is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like we've discussed some things in that area like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and compromise like the
Jonathan is so
like it shouldn't be the case that
fixated
you
on
because
engaging in meaningful
because this is the issue with
combat.
this, right? Is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like you combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like, you know, running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution,
Yeah.
people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
And
hence
like we
why
haven't tried it yet, so we
but
can't.
we
Like, commit
have
to
been
something.
talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
it. We
Yeah.
do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right. Okay.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 league steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some
No.
designs that achieve specifically the
crafting
low level
back
high
in the
movement speed
game.
boots. We do have that as a thing that
Crafting,
I definitely
this
already have
all
designed.
goes
And just,
away.
I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's
Okay.
going to
We
go in.
can't craft.
But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
But is there like the question I was okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
it's
Like
not
for
as
damage,
bad. It's not
it's
as
not-
bad.
it's not
Again,
that
you
bad.
can kill stuff
It's
fast.
it's the movement speed specifically that we're
And the
talking
fact that
about
we
here.
don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
But you
but
don't
at least
have to use movement abilities as the solution to this, and I would prefer that that wasn't the solution because
Relying on drops
then
is
you end up with a
RNG.
kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a movement ability
As
be the
said,
solution.
we have some things
yeah.
on the cards.
Yeah, yeah.
We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they work, why they are good, and we convince ourselves,
right.
damn, we should have done this before,
Right.
or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, it's we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Right.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just Can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
like that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some point soon. It was planned for earlier
Because
where
he
like
doesn't want you to run past the mobs,
so this can
Leonard.
be part of the
He
consideration, I
wants
guess.
you
But
to
yeah,
engage.
our UX guy's currently working
If he
on
gives you
has it on
speed, you're just going to
top
run
5
by
of his
everything.
list kind of thing of
And he
things that we're
doesn't
going to
want
just do
that.
to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we
Yeah,
might.
I
Want
mean
to
it's
do.
the
If people-
whole
if
they
people
go
like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and you
Yeah.
know all that problem and
Yeah.
hopefully if it's good enough as well we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like fire, cold, lightning, etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here. But we don't really get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on. And we then don't have
Keep going, Ziz.
any way at
Keep
all to
going.
really fix this.
So
Bingo.
why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get
Yeah.
enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is
I
a lot of
dismantle
people
everything.
complaining
I don't
about
have
not
enough
enough
sockets.
drops.
I don't get the same experience of not getting enough socketables personally. Like, I would say that probably
Dev server.
80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way. Because that's just like a totally different experience than what I see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would
the,
love
the,
to.
the intention
Sorry, go on.
the intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like I mean that's a different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like what those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that you're getting enough sockets to be able to do that.
Hey, Lenando.
And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. As a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that. That's not a thing that I'm doing. I mean, I might do it like if I've got like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking, that's not what I'm doing. So like, there's clearly some disconnect here.
Shit, I didn't
as far
even
as, like,
think of
what
that. That's a good idea.
The amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose.
Because you got dev loot.
So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so
No,
different
we
from
need
It
to
might
see
be
Jonathan
it might
play
have
the
a
game from
relatively high
scratch.
swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Yes, Lennon Dove.
Because
I'm
we added
streaming
those
tonight.
quite late.
I'm
We didn't
on.
end up putting
I'm
them
not
in
getting
the,
off.
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting
Yep.
bench,
And we do
because-
need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets to
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
But I would say that it's definitely the hard-coded drops that would be the thing that, because if it's not happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will that would better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and runes for them, and adding more deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this.
Well-
I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have once again is that, like, so I
Good
sort of
point,
mentioned this earlier,
X-rated.
but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them
Yeah.
are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't. And what you're doing there is, then you end up in a situation where content will, be like, it's just a new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then like you get screwed over. And so like things like
He's
even nodes on the passive tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't
He's
know to do that, then
fixated
you're
on the
screwed,
1%
right? Like that's the kind
player.
of thing that's like a bit
So
of a problem.
fixated on that.
And so that we just have to be really careful
Yeah.
about that. And like that's actually one of the reasons, by the way, why lesser runes exist, because
That's right,
if
Kiwi.
before,
Exactly.
if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just like completely
MSI,
like
I
ridiculous
agree.
compared to anyone
I didn't
anyone
know
who didn't
that, but it's
And so
becoming
it's
more
like
and more evident.
You've got like it shouldn't be that just a single like there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely like you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be like we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
It's important. It's also
oh
sorry,
no,
but,
you go on.
it's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because
Alright.
that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity, because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time, and I know that's one small piece of that puzzle or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, like, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, like, again, if you know, you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, you don't know, and you like suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are like very front facing, in your face, and are like, here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of like philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those like runes and even telling you like, "Hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow."
You're not getting that.
I mean, surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
No, all
Yeah, but
currencies.
you were talking
not
about the
just
problem that you're
artificer
rewarded for
orbs.
knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No,
And-
you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as like the point where just knowing this makes like doubles your DPS, then like that means that like the way it means that the balance has to be like surely like monsters would have to be harder if that was the case. And so it's like I don't think that can be something that like we don't want to have to make the monsters harder. So therefore like we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a
that
fine
stuff.
line.
We
there
don't want
for
to make
sure,
the bosses
but,
harder, so let's type.
there's
the
some
player's
improvements
hand
around here to be
behind their
made,
back.
and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? Like when the determinism for sure, and I think it's also a matter of like, okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogham Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that like earlier or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also maybe knowing that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed. So it's like some of those like the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be like, it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So yeah, bit of information improvements and a bit of just like some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly worse at then solving the problem. So the intention there is that now whether or not I would say we haven't really rediscussed it since then. I still believe that's a great thing to have.
See you later, bro. I'll be here. It's going to be a late one.
The other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes, right?
Correct.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are. Because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res. So I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just like that one in like warrior left start. And I was very surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
Like
we'll 100% go have a discussion about this afterwards for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? Where like tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench in PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial.
No, 10 cents.
The other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able to get through from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious. What people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, and or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. like I understand there's a level of like obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs
And-
to be a more immediate solution, and that's where
why a rune can
that's
be
where
better,
the
right?
passive tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy it is not necessarily incorrect to
Ruins-
say that hasn't those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah.
Ruins should start at 25 now.
Yeah,
15.
I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping
25,
enough gear.
30.
Like the
I
state
don't
of
know
my
what-
gear, it's quite rough. Like a
But
lot of the
25,
things
not
I've found throughout
15.
the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like it is. There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to wearing rares in every slot all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you like, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said, speed. But okay,
Yeah.
can you give me an idea then on
But,
like
but
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because
the
one
player?
of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal and you'll upgrade it, and then you'll add some more mods and so on. And like you're just the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like you don't need we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place, but what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like
So-
it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of the majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3. So it seems like very, very
I
early
can't-
heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist. And so over time, the amount of loot you get increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due to
Right.
the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand for sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the acts for sure. Like that is as far as I understand. what
Several
it is.
times
Yeah.
I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's
Right.
actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur.
Right.
There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if
Right.
that is the case, which isn't necessarily true, but it could be, we're never going to rule out any
Right.
bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that. Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign.
Well, number
I'm, like,
one,
rolling
whether you
like,
choose to
from
play
up
rarity
from
or
whites
not.
to rares like pretty continuously
Hmm.
as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say
Data.
myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during
I
the
hoard.
campaign.
I
How
hoard
many
my
is a few?
currency.
I'd say through the campaign, I dropped probably 4 regals.
Well, hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat,
Please.
regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable.
Run with this,
So
Ziz.
I,
If
I,
you're
Stick on
not
this one.
disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting.
Mhm.
Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better, maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like that alchemies are the kind of like, oh awesome, I got an alchemy. That's like a kind of that's the uncommon thing that you do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary source of crafted rares.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Well, the good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's
Mark's trying to play the
just
peacekeeper.
very sensitive
That's
to,
so good.
you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So
Exactly, Leonard. That's exactly what you want you to do.
probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very
Contentious
heavily
topic.
competed for, like singular solution to doing anything with that. And as an addendum to the question, I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet. But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like effectively ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we needed something that was going to actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign before you got frozen like 3 times the whole campaign, it kind of was a bit silly.
Do note we didn't actually universally double the stunning. I know you mentioned that just to clear
It was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that changed, not stunning.
They stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal throughout the entire campaign. But what we also increased is the you gain a bunch of stun threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower probability of getting stun locked. But then I would also point out, like, some of those charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this. And then it just got lost in the weeds. So, like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it. And those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then, yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get by default.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold change we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet. And it's like,
Yeah.
like that wasn't even like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a thing that you need to care about. Like only Frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they did do a
but-
lot of damage, that'd be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want it
different.
to
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
And do you think the
I mean-
implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or
I
a path
don't,
on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have
Okay.
to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I
It's a
just
way.
have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how aside from how many you have and not just their implicit like their base value. There's also just like I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So
Right.
there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yeah,
Yeah. In PoE1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE2 the notables are very interesting. Like it's something that like I think that is notably good. So
more work
like,
to do there.
yeah,
though,
but
for
there is
sure.
more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so I think we can. That's probably. I think I prefer it. Just putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that like, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE1. So like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
What downside that would have. I mean, that
Get
was
me
certainly
one
not
too,
something that
Chris.
I would be against.
There's
at all,
also
but,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
That's true.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing.
Right.
Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something
That is also true.
that's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always
as
true,
a
yes.
player, it is just very fun. Like absolutely enjoy, and it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting because you
Well,
get
it's
it
hard
when
to
you get the
identify
notable.
that in the. It's hard to identify that in the moment because like you don't notice the lack of something you don't notice the lack of something of what something could have been in the same
All
way that
these
you
issues
notice like the
is
thing
all
that's in front of you that
related
you're enjoying.
to
You know what I
making
mean?
the player stronger.
Like it's harder to appreciate the fact that the notables are
And
less cool in PoE.
I know I've said this
Sure.
before.
Like because you're not thinking about that. You're thinking I want
This all goes away.
I
if
mean, you can at least rest
put
assured
the
that we're going to
tools
think
into
about
players'
why
hands
they were important and
to be more powerful.
what we
That's
could do
through
to solve them, whether
crafting.
it be that means or another. Like,
There's
Yeah.
ways of
the good thing
fixing
about
this
these is all of the
without
things almost everything you bring up is going to
touching 20
result in
other
some sort of
things.
multi-hour discussion between us
One
over the
thing.
next week. So,
That's good.
yeah,
Well,
which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I care a lot about, especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it, or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
Yeah.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing. Is that most people would prefer to invest in offense generally.
I
Like,
agree
that
with
is
that.
mostly the case.
But then shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example,
defense first.
for point one, and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet, right? We're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player, what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like surprisingly hard to get that right. And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly. And so if you don't die, like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either. So
Yeah,
like
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like a third of your life, something like that. I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for And well, this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So
And
yeah,
what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration, and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have, but it would be like it would be the balance change of the universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like bosses and like the whole way everything works. Like change to more attrition style would just be like a an apocalyptic level of balance change compared to what we have for sure.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right, you're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it. And you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's, I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like, but okay, sure, you're talking, okay, like, so that question, I would say, only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we have.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, it kind of means that, like, the boss doing abilities to be able to, like, to the boss trying to win is, or like, and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless there's attrition, which we don't have. So, like, it's so what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper, as an example, right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me, but 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well, it effectively is through the flask, right?
Well, yes.
I was no longer able to recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have.
Big time.
So what I'm saying though there.
Yeah.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like, yeah, the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attritioned.
It's just that way.
The kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, stand in the elder donuts and the the dances and the like move into the lanes and the bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move, that was pretty much always a
Yeah.
one shot, right? And sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of like Quinn running slightly in the wrong direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's like, "Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter
Sure.
move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be. Which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Where
yeah.
where it just isn't, and then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense that those mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one.
Mhm.
The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal. Okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example.
Mhm.
So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally
Yeah.
impossible for me to run there unless I have X or Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
Um,
I'm just curious.
yeah. So definitely, I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100% with enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but
Right.
just like,
Yeah.
I'm just curious. Do you actually think it should be
I'm-
okay or able to?
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one shot, like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like I'm not inherently against that, but I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can, which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is not allowing you to mitigate it. It's like, so different from the corridor skill. There's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That was.
But it's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like that's also
especially without the gear.
Like it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like like surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons. Like that is a thing people just like doing. And so like the amount of incentivization and so then there's the issue of like well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons. And so you kind of got like that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the, like, and that isn't to say that we won't try, but I'm just saying that like, it is people there just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like,
Yeah.
the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because that having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like majority of the
Yeah.
fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say like effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time.
That's a good point.
So,
Max.
yeah, I are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No, that is also on my change today list. So I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more punish. The more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So
Yeah.
I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, I know 100% agreed it is not in the right spot. And also on the today list, so I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There's that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No,
today.
I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't
In order to
be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the
we
issue
did a
there.
few things. Like there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So like, it obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like, if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that. But look, maybe
because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith of Kitava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90, and for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding. But like, sure.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been.
We can.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a.
Perfect. Yeah. The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing.
Don't take mine.
A lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was we see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later. Would you be open to considering something like the Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on. But yeah.
Yeah, Ziz is asking really good questions. Silence.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern because
Ooh,
in
he's
standard
trying to find a note.
like it's just balanced to be okay, but in hardcore where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern. And I don't think we would have thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium core
chaos...
concern because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Viper's hard.
It is hard. It is a hard fight. That's just a side note. Separate, but like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play because like we're balanced assuming you have no chaos resistance, and so therefore,
what does she do that's chaos? Obviously, the big purple meteor storm that I want to make some changes to because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking clarity or that fairness problem. And then
the
how
spare
many of
things,
skills...
right? I'm assuming.
So the way it works is, aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
Right.
So all of her green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it should be chaos.
It's physical hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would only be the poison, of which, yes, your other defenses would, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion character. Like that poison feels lethal. And that's once again because the armor didn't...
The hit is never chaos damage, just to be clear. Which in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
Yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's very heavy
just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
EA sense. Yeah.
Makes sense.
For sure.
I wanted to ask you a little bit about... She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like, as, like, it almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank. Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that, like, people maybe have 300, 500 strength, or they're wearing, like, full plate, but, like, yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of... Well, there's two things. There's, like, monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a sword, like a sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation. Really, it's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In
like
some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly
Yeah.
the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters
Yeah.
and stuff like that. Like, did we fix?
It does happen in a
what's his
lot of
name,
areas.
the lumberjack guy.
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems
there's
to
something-
just break every
I don't
week.
think I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that too.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No, no. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like there's just lots of things that you need to have. You need to have some pushing in order to make work. Like
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move on.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If
Like,
we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff. And I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling. Because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would consider further lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody's like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which could be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem.
Jonathan is
Like,
not.
I'll
having
respect my
it.
character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like it's not been a concern really.
It's easy
I
street.
guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well,
does.
at that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really.
Mhm.
Like I was like probably about 6 months ago I was doing that all the time and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors
Right.
and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from that assumption, they're now not going to be able to afford one thing over the other.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like
Mhm.
my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what
Okay.
the experience is like. Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you be?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard. By the way, like I think that if the argument is that it should like. I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure,
I
but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like Like, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the how big those changes are, because I needed to get in there and actually do them first and then make that decision really. Like there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the Ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a question about it then?
Sure.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has Ascendancy class respecing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for the more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now. But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree. There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually figure that out. And like, it is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by release, post early access, you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it is. But yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if it's going to come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answer sooner and not have people wait so long. Hopefully, for everyone's sake, it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair. I think I was curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that.
We made the decision a while back. Like I don't see why it can't.
Yeah. I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
Yeah. We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like what changed to make that not the case? Like I'm talking pre-release.
Like,
could you remember when the freaking like prowlers and G14 bled you?
We had bleed on a lot more things, and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, the reason I removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list, and I didn't quite get to it, so
Cool.
it sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question. For myself, like, how are you feeling about the current, like, Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have a feeling one way or the other, really. It's just, how do you feel about it?
I definitely, I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but I definitely feel like it's missing. Because, like, I would never divine an item. Like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like, we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Like, are you saying that you believe that this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
it's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item. So it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, is that partly also just because the ranges and/or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the list
thing
of
that
stuff
kind of
to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Mhm.
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy
Alright.
to hear them.
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so I figured I'd bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit with like the higher bases?
Well, I mean, are you just saying here just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type where you've got a mod that, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1, are there really people going around like? Surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You reckon?
Yeah, quite a lot
Like-
of like triple energy shield boots and stuff.
Right.
Or especially
I mean-
different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
specialized
influence
knowledge,
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players.
You don't
not
need
like
it.
right,
You
right.
have
Yeah,
the
not new
blink.
players, sure.
random.
But it
Right.
is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do
Yeah,
not
flame
disagree with the
dash,
fact
you
that there
have-
can be
what's that other
scenarios
one?
in PoE 1 where that's not the
There's
case.
so
But I would
many
still say it's
different
basically
movement
mandatory
speeds.
there for the
You have leap
like,
slam.
for most of your PoE
Okay,
playing
got leap
career.
slam here
I would
too.
say that,
but-
that you're
Well-
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know,
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh Impatience, they don't have movement speed on them. And like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
but I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure. It is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly and less dependency on the mod, right?
Yeah.
But I
mean,
mean, whether or not it's implicit
which
or
is a
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of
comes back to
Yeah,
the we
yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right,
yeah,
right, right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about.
Yeah.
So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It
and a
does,
lot-
But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life spring on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. That doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a thing that's come up a bit.
That's
more,
a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up. It's that like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah.
So that way, even if you get a level 80 life sprig, you can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying you're saying if you find it at level 80?
I'm saying if you find it at level 80. 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement, but then the skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
Yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago, but
no, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. So in that case, then sure. Like,
I mean, I would personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low level life sprig, and that's you use a low level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And like, there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not. So that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
What you
I was just curious because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies. And that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like trust me, that was a buff. That change, like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way,
you don't know
will
how
understand
good you
if
have
play it
it
the other way. It's
There
really
might
bad.
be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also-
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
But
it
I don't
doesn't-
know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No
and
matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
that has to happen. Yes.
I'm just saying it could be that like, okay, let's say
Oh, I see
everyone's
what you're
dead but
saying.
one.
Right. So it doesn't. It increases a bit, but not as much.
And
Okay, I
so instead
understand.
of like, all about to
Sure.
revive except for one, he died. And
Yeah,
now it's
that's
6 seconds again.
that actually is viable, and that
Okay.
maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I mostly, the troll in me was like, we should do this just so the players can see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but yeah, that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see it.
Yeah, sure. I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like,
Yeah.
I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that.
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like
Right.
yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But,
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch.
this is gonna
But
be
one
a
thing
good
that
one.
easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint
Mhm.
system doesn't really cut it there. Would you consider making the completion of a map be like 90% of the rares instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often tied to just one monster, the other side of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I want to solve this problem. I don't know that that's the answer, but I understand the issue. Like, there's been a few
we
different
straight
approaches,
up
yeah.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
yeah,
icons on.
there was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you
The
see them.
The
in
main
advance.
reason for that is like the current way it works is it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they
Right.
appear. And honestly, that's kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to like the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even
Yeah.
looking into the game.
But
And so
but I think that
yeah.
fear.
I'm very in favor of that.
well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like,
The
do we
minimap.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally
if-
just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure. At least for
Ah,
me.
okay. Sorry, I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried playing with just the graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like, and the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is actually possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun.
And on the Huntress.
No, I would love
Yeah,
that.
I want to change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3? Does
Sure.
it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just one?
Probably just enable seeing the res on the
I
minimap.
agree.
It's probably
I
better
like that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
I like that.
Beautiful.
Another quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
Oh shit.
I very specifically made a number of builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so there's a-
expands like
there's
a
a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Right.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys doing this. So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favored system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
tick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems
Right,
is
right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Another question. The Smith's Hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used it myself, but I saw Quinn69 using it, and
Oh,
it looked
so
pretty painful
hilarious.
with like a little like ting. tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements to that?
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with
Mm-hmm.
maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have
Okay.
occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like
Awesome.
that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake, straight
Awesome.
up.
All good. Whenever, so there are multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, with I mean, you were talking because I mean the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be, but something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do
work.
Yeah. I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people inherently think like warrior is maces. But yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, actually, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, we're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Okay. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venter strongbox, chef's kiss, love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing you want. So like corrupting an item of your choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Yeah.
Make them better.
This 100% just like, what is this random white corrupted item on the ground? Like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
I believe we would. So what was
we're adding a socketables affinity.
Yeah.
We're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. We're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within I would expect to see that within a week probably is my guess. We're not going to add that. This is currently, it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we
Yeah.
can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make.
Okay.
And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate.
Yeah, I saw that. 0.9%.
And yeah, just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
Yeah,
experience.
kind of
with it.
waiting for
Yeah.
more info and data there for
Yep.
sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using extremely rare item modifiers
Yeah.
or numbers of mods and getting like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real like. It's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you
Yeah.
they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good like weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to.
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So
Yeah.
like it's just not it's not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's
whether or
something
not
I
that's
haven't.
right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough, you know.
There were two major item systems that I
Yeah.
was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on and then would calibrate. One was
Yeah.
recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is
Yeah.
two. There's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which, yeah, I don't know how that happens, but I saw
Okay.
that bug. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's, feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which
Yeah.
is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's
Yeah.
fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of
Yeah.
feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into in-game
I
more.
have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how in-game is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that, but
Yeah,
again, very
so,
anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill
Well,
issue.
that was
Yeah.
also the case for us, which is why we
Yes.
changed
so
it.
that's why we just were like,
so
let's
I'm-
fully redo
Yeah.
this.
So I'm the wrong
What is it
person to
gonna
ask
be?
for
Yeah.
about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps.
Mhm.
So
Also
I
agree.
love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100%
Okay,
sure.
okay.
I think the
Well,
issue that
this-
people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you
readily
say
find-
C, do you mean in the, like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
both, I guess, like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
That's
want
why I'm
like-
asking.
Well-
Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're
We,
revealed, or
Just before the patch
Yeah.
went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in Fog of War or not?
Yeah.
And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in Fog of War, and I want you to be
Right.
looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it. So that some things are in Fog of War, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that. And then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or
yeah,
something
so
like that,
but,
just to
but
slightly
we don't
increase it,
currently
but
have a
yeah.
distance in Fog of War. You can see it's just either it is or
Right.
it isn't. And so
Mhm.
maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see
Makes
like
sense.
some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
Yeah. But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself, I
It's
like
good to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you happen to get a collective from your community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, not a huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just
Cool.
give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE 2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE 1, and then we're done. How do you feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players were telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Rowan and the Lightning Strike?
Well, lightning.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
It's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strongly and that powerfully, and it's like a clear like, I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
Can we nerf that? Like,
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So,
Yep. So a few PoE 1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
Yeah,
that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was May and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
Wait,
of
you
May.
cut out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing. I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, up to within a 2-week kind of band because, things happen. That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised. You should be, for sure.
Cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD in PoE 1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE 1 works in PoE 2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE 2 back to PoE 1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE 2 in PoE 1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that like in the but this will take a while, right? But like in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE 2 character rigs and port them back to PoE 1 once the microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. Obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE 1 you already bought. So like therefore we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make change.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is
that we have to rig everything to all the stupid PoE 1 character models
we have to
every
currently
time.
do.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE 1 character models, like character rigs, that means that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So and then at that point we could add WSD.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now, and they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to PoE 2 characters right now. That is what they're doing. So
I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE 1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So,
problem?
like it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh,
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
could
stuff
probably
like
do
that, 100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either,
yeah.
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Vol Orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
but
there's like implications
it's
for a lot
not-
of
Yeah.
it's like
They're
yeah.
clipping
There's
out
just
a
a
lot.
lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We really appreciate it. I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason, I just kind of as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
No,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't, and some
Right.
and a whole bunch of discussion. So like, I actually, the value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that, but it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So, but yeah,
Alright.
thank you
Awesome.
guys so much for your
Thank you.
time.
Yeah,
Awesome.
thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep,
and playing.
we appreciate it.
Cheers.
Bye.
Right.
Whew.
Wow. Wow. Okay, first of all, sorry everyone. I was biting my tongue the whole time. But if I'm talking, you're not hearing what they're saying. So I wanted you to hear what they were saying. So I was obviously seeing all the comments, but yeah, there's a lot to take in. Oh my God. Recap, please. Just got here. Oh my God. There's a lot to unpack there. And I have to say, just, kind of macro topics, that there was a part of me that always thought and hoped that Grinding Gear Games would relent a little bit in certain aspects of the game. But that is gone after this interview. For me personally, it's very clear that, and more so, again, this is my interpretation, it's my opinion, and more so on the Jonathan side than on the Mark side. Now, he manned up there at the end and apologized to Zizaran because he was absolutely It was obvious he didn't want to be there. He was very like, I don't know if you guys caught it, but like he had to turn to the camera to look at Zizaran, and there was a lot of time where he was not positioned like this. He was looking straight ahead and like, just disengaged. To me, that's body language, right? You pick up on these things, right? So to me, he's disengaging, which means whatever Ziz was talking about, he was like, fuck off. Like, like seriously, I got to talk about this again. I got to talk about the speed. I got to talk about the difficulty. Like, I got to talk about the crowd. Like, he's disengaging when he's turning. Like, that's my take. So there was always a part of me that thought they would kind of step towards the player base when it comes to certain things. It's clear Jonathan does not want to relent on the difficulty. Now, at a high level, I don't have a problem with that. I don't want the game to be easy. The problem is that he doesn't want to adjust the things that will help us and put the tools in our artillery to be able to circumvent that. Because right now, we're playing like this. This is how we're playing the game, with one hand. And maybe that's a poor analogy, but we're playing that because I feel that there are resources that are so restrictive in the game that it doesn't allow us to power creep, doesn't allow us to customize our character, to make ourselves more powerful. Again, I go back to the crafting. I don't want PoE crafting. No, it's too complicated. It takes forever to learn, but there's got to be a better. They need to give us the tools to make ourselves more powerful. If we're more powerful, we have a chance against the higher difficulty. I don't want the game to be watered down. So that hope of mine is gone. They are not relenting on that. They're not relenting. And Jonathan, I can clip him 5 times during that interview. That just makes the argument for what I'm just saying. Number 2, what is disturbing, and disturbing might be too strong of a word. What is really making me shake my head is he mentioned the top players. Well, if we do this, then the top players are just going to fucking melt the game and it's going to be boring. If we do, like he mentioned the top player, I think twice, or maybe even 3 times, but definitely twice. Why are you building like he's so worried about the game being too easy for the top players? Like, you shouldn't be building the game for the top players. Or sorry, designing the game, because that is the 1%. I can count, well, maybe 2 hands, because there's a lot of amazing Path of Exile players, or maybe there's more. But you shouldn't be and no disrespect against Ben, Jungron. They're amazing players, but that shouldn't be your, oh my God, how would they gonna play the game? Like, you know what I mean? I find that a little disturbing. Jonathan's remarks about it hasn't been my experience. I get all kinds of currency. All my gear is ruined. I'm changing gear all the time. Again, I'm paraphrasing. I want to see this guy play because I need some tips. I want to see Jonathan play all the way to tier 15 maps. He should do a 1-week stream from 0 to tier 15 maps. I want to see this because clearly he's playing a different game. Again, I'm going by my experience. So it just okay. So Artificer, what the fuck are they called? Artificer, oh my god, I can't believe I got so many things. Artificer orbs sounds like they're gonna increase the drop rate, but at the core of it is still the currency. And RNG shouldn't rely on RNG, whether you're playing rarity, whether you're not playing rarity. Like, I don't know. You know what I did today? So today, I bought that MTX, that actually the ring that calculates what currencies you're going to pick up. On my next playthrough, I can't wait to see those numbers. It tracks, exalts, orbs, all that stuff, right? I'm going to track it, and I'm going to track and see what kind of currency drop rate. I'm not going to be playing rarity. This is just whatever I have, I have. I'm not going to try to tilt it in my favor to get more drops, right? But Jonathan, you know, regarding regals, hey, are you disenchanting rares? That's such a tedious task. Like, I disenchant as much as I can, and I salvage. Like, I have my routine when I go back to town, right? So what? We're going to turn off our loot filters so we can pick up everything to disenchant so we get more regals, for example? Like, is that what you want, going back in and out of town? I don't know. And then some people argue, what? Not a lot of rares drop to begin with. I don't understand the obsession with, like, they talked about speed, right? Ziz asked several times about speed, making the player faster. Jonathan's like, well, you can just run by the mobs. But what's the point of the game then? You can just run by mobs. We want you to engage with the mobs. Like, no, we're not going to just run by the mobs. We play ARPGs because we love trashing and killing mobs. That's probably why people love the genre. It's about killing shit. A lot of shit. You know, we run by mobs when we've already cleared the area, but the thing resets, so we got to clear it again. That's when we try to run by mobs. Like, we run by mobs if we're in an area that we're level 30 and the area is level 23. Well, I'm not killing anything. I'm not getting... It's not worth my time. The XP is not there. But we're ARPG players. We want to kill shit. We want to kill a lot of shit. But not like this. Come on. Give us the goddamn tools. Now, they went on and on and on and on about difficulty, balance, difficulty, and if we do this, we do... It's, again, maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe I'm too simplistic. But this issue of difficulty has to do with power. The player power is here and the enemy is here. Okay? So, how do we get this? How do we level it? You don't want to change the difficulty of the enemy? Don't change it. I don't really give a shit. Make the game harder, but give me the tools and the resources to try to catch up. That's all I want. That's all I want. Give me the exalts. Give me the orbs. Give me the drops. Let me work with it and see what I need and what I don't want. Now, they talked about Viper. That's exactly what I did, but I was lucky with Viper. I only had 2 exalts. I died like 6 or 7 times. It was clear my damage was not good. I had a crossbow that dropped. I was saving it because I only had 2 exalts. It was a rare. No, it wasn't a rare. It had the mods on it already. So thank God I had a Regal. So I regaled it and I had 2 exalts, and thank God I got the mods that I needed. And it worked out. But that rarely happens. Like, really, horseshoes up my ass. I'm like, oh my God, thank God. I put a Iron Ruin on it. I went back. Bob's your uncle. I killed Viper. I think I died 1 or 2 more times, but the damage was there now. Okay? Obviously, I fixed my chaos shit a little bit, as much as possible, but it was a damage. My point is, I had the tools. Now, barely the tools. Okay? Now, if I didn't get hit, if I didn't hit the physical damage on my prefixes, I would have bricked the item. And that's what happens 8 out of 10 times. 8 out of 10 times. That's what happens. So here's my experience. You guys tell me I'm on crack and I don't know how to play the game. When I get a good item like that crossbow, it was in my stash because I'm like, you know what? I want to wait till I get a couple of more regals and a couple of more exalts. I only have 2 exalts. Okay? So I put it in the stash. Problem number 1. I get a crossbow drop that has fizz damage on it already. It's a higher level requirement than what crossbow I have equipped. Beautiful. Bing, bing. Those are 2 things that I'm looking for. What do? I put it in my fucking stash. There's the fucking dilemma with the game. I should immediately be slamming that motherfucker, but I'm not. Why? Because I don't have the currency in my stash tab to make me feel comfortable. So we can talk about power. We can talk about all this other shit. But if I can't power up my character during the campaign, what the fuck am I doing? Why should I sit there and spend 2 minutes to kill white mobs with the hopes that I might get a good drop, I might get some currency? Why? And herein lies the dilemma. Everyone's talking about all these 7 or 8 things. Lower the damage, higher the damage. Player damage goes up, player damage goes down. Bosses are too hard. Enemies... No. Give us the tools. Path of Exile has smart players. They know how to play the game. Even all the new players that are coming in Path of Exile 2, it is such... The access to Path of Exile 2 is glorious. It's so good for noobs like me. It's much simpler than Path of Exile. Nothing against Path of Exile. But they've done such a brilliant job to widen this game to such a broader audience, and we're fucking playing the game like this, with our fucking hands tied behind our back. Oh, well, I don't know. I don't have a problem. All my gear is ruined. Like, I got ruins on all my gear. I got regals. Are you disenchanting your rares? Oh, I don't know. We're all smoking pot and playing a different game, I guess. I don't know. It's frustrating as shit. This game is so good. Do you understand how good this game is? It's so addicting. So addicting. But I got news for you, GGG. Not everybody's a psycho like me that plays this game every evening for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, depending on the night, and is willing to fucking crawl to the maps. Crawl, because I love the game so much. No, that's me. And 50, 60 hours a week playing a video game. Well, you want to widen yourself to a broader audience. I got news flash for you. The wider audience maybe has 5 hours a week, maybe 8, maybe 10, 20, 3, whatever. Do you think they're going to fucking tippy-toe and crawl and do the campaign for 50, 60, 70 hours? Come on. Come on. Well, we don't want the 1% to kill the game. And sorry, not kill the game. Well, if we lower the damage, or if we lower the, what's the 1%? They're gonna annihilate. Newsflash: they're already annihilating the game. The Bens, the Jungrons, you can tie both hands behind their back. They are gonna one-shot the boss. They're just too good. You can't make a game based on how they play the game. They are going to annihilate the game regardless. You can give them a fucking toothpick. They're going to kill their arbiter. That's how good they are. So you don't play it like that. Sorry. And again, maybe I'm naive. Crafting. This all comes down to putting the tools in our hands. So we keep talking about this power push, this power grind. It's so frustrating, the power grind. So frustrating. Don't talk to me about Diablo 4, Alessio. Give me a fucking break. You don't want to talk to me tonight, Alessio, okay? Don't even put Diablo 4 in the same subject of Path of Exile 2. Please. Give me a fucking break. Hey, Rick. You need PoE 1 new league ASAP. And the May, they said tonight. PoE 2 is going to die without a change of leadership. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Look, anything's possible. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. This is what's so frustrating is they are going to come to this realization. It's just I don't understand why they haven't seen it yet. But we'll see. You know, we are not exposed to what they see in the background, right? So I don't know. Here's a stick spear, Sammy. That's all the tool you get. Nah, like, it's ridiculous. You can't design a game around the top 1%. Have any of you watched? I'm sure you guys have seen Ben. You know, like, that guy is unbelievable. There are just players that, you know, they're good at it. Sorry, not good, exceptional at it. They just know how to maximize offense, defense. They know how to craft, like, you know, well, then why? Well, Sammy, you're a hypocrite. Well, if Ben and Jungran can do it, they can do it because they fucking know how to play the game. And it's about speed. It's about speed. They consume the game quicker. So while I'm slugging along, getting 2, 3, 4 exalts, they've already surpassed me. They're in Cruel Act 1. They now have 20 like, come on. They know how to trade. They just know how to push the envelope. They're smarter. Well, why don't you be that way? Yeah, sure. Get good. Get good is a good, you know, good defense on my comment. Get good. Okay. But I'm not talking about individual players and who's better and who's not. I'm talking about as a designer, as a developer, you want to make this game that's accessible to a wider audience. Well, then you got to make it accessible. It's that simple. Make it more fucking accessible. Why is it so goddamn important? The currency drop rates. Why is it so important? Why? What's wrong with giving the tools to players? Well, Sammy, they have the tools. You just don't know what you're doing. Okay. Fine. No problem. I'm not the only one bitching about crafting. Now, I'm not saying go crafting bench. I'm not saying make it like Path of Exile 1. The reason why I love this game is it's different than Path of Exile 1. A lot of people would say, well, there's a lot of similarity. There are, but I love the difficulty of the game. You guys see it that are here every night, my struggles with the bosses. Sometimes an hour dying over and over and over. In some crazy way, I enjoy it and I hate it. But, like, I understand. I'm not saying make the game easy. But I don't have the I don't have the fucking tools. There is a problem here when I have a good drop and I'm not rolling it. Now, I look at the good players, they're rolling it. They're rolling it. So maybe I need to rethink my strategy on the currencies because, you know, everyone, the top players, they keep the currency in their inventory and they're rolling on the go. But that's because they're good at what they're doing. So maybe I am doing something wrong, but I'm not the only one complaining about it. I'm a casual gamer, Sammy. Maybe you should go play a game for casuals. Yeah. Did PoE1 die for nothing? Jonathan doesn't look like he likes PoE1 explains so much. No, they're going to be 3.26 is happening end of May. They just talked about it. Typical elitist mentality, tell casuals to go play another game. I meant my earlier comments for PO2. You tell casual, go play different game. Ask Destiny 2 how that was worked out, and then word alone kills games. I played Destiny. I love Destiny. PoE2 will have a rotation of different people developing it. More and more people leaving eventually. In my opinion, right now, it's a game that you want to think about your build and what you're doing, but not giving you much tools to do something about it. That's what I mean. Like, that was what's so appealing to Path of Exile, even though I didn't know the top end crafting, like the end game crafting. But like campaign crafting, like if I had 3 prefixes, 3 suffixes, and one of them, you know, I've said this example a million times, and one of them was fire res, right? And then I changed my helm, right? And now that has fire res to the tits, right? Oh my God, now I'm overcapped on fire res. I would literally, and you guys, I'm not telling you anything new. I go to the crafting bench and I would take the fire res off of that, exchange it, put whatever I was not capped at. Boom. 10 seconds, I'm off to the races. I'm back out doing what I'm doing. Okay, Ruins is supposed to do that. Well, at first, you couldn't change them. Now you can change them. But that implies that all the mods on the gear that's dropping is taking care of everything else. Your health, your armor, your armor. Sorry, I'm joking there. Your evasion, your energy shield, whatever type of damage you're doing if that's what you're looking for. So the mana, whatever, life. These are things that you need on the item, right? These are the mods you want. That's assuming that's on the gear. What happens if it's not? What happens if it's not? Right? So it's this. I don't know. What did you guys think? Armor still broke. Yeah, armor, forget it. Sorry for bringing it up. Armor's broken. Don't be so hard on yourself. No, the game. No, I'm just frustrated because this game is so good. It's so good, and in my ignorant view, I see the solution. I see it, but they know. You know, clearly, I'm from the outside. I don't see everything that they see, right? So, and I understand. You know, it's domino effect with things. You change one thing and it impacts other things. So I get it. It's complicated. I understand. You know what's sad, Sammy? Ziz's questions were pre-approved the day before this interview. Really? Was it really, Spox? How do you know that? I know, I heard that Ziz did a mock-up with some other content creators. I heard that. But how do we know that? Does Zizaran actually say that on stream, that he sent the questions to GGG? That's something Ziz would do anyway. He's very transparent. Free advertisement for Last Epoch. Fuck, I didn't even get to see. I didn't have a chance to watch any of that. I'll watch it. I don't know when I'm gonna watch it, but I'll definitely be watching it. I know, but I don't know who made the comment that they were given the questions. Can someone please answer me? How do you know that? Ellie looking like this. Oh yeah. Away, no players coming. Jonathan won't fix anything. You can see he wants hard game, no damage. Yeah, Jonathan wants a hard game. And again, I don't have a problem with that. I love the difficulty in the game. But I got to have the tools to compete with the difficulty. That's all I'm getting at. BUE2 is in a bad place, and GGG doesn't feel bad about it at all, and they should. I don't know, guys. I think you guys are being a little too harsh. You guys are being just a tad too harsh. I get why. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stupid. I have eyes and ears. I saw what you saw. But you're underestimating them. You really are. Now, if this is set in stone, because I don't think it is. The level of difficulty for sure, that's not going anywhere, and I'm okay with that. But all the other stuff, the crafting and that kind of stuff, the speediness, like maybe, you heard them, they started off on the speed of enemies, right? That the enemies are just, they're all like on speed. And they bum rush you, right? And Mark was more willing to engage in solutions. Well, if we have 6 mobs right now that are storming you, one possibility is maybe we tinker with the speed levels of the 6. So instead of 6 speedsters coming at you, maybe we make 2 of them fast, 2 of them medium fast, and 2 of them slow. So they're coming at you at different waves, kind of thing. I'm kind of paraphrasing, right? So Mark was trying to engage into that debate. Jonathan was, well, if we slow down the speed of the enemies, then you don't have to engage. You can just go by them. And he's right. Right? He is right. If they're not bum rushing us, we can just see ya. I'm out of here. So he wants you to engage. But we're ARPG players, man. Like, I don't play the game not to kill people, like kill enemies. I play the game because I want to kill shit. Actually, I'm the opposite of what he's describing. That's one of my problems and why I take so long to complete the campaign. Or maps when I'm in maps. Because if I see it, I got to kill it. That's my problem. I only run away when I'm in a low level compared to my level. Or I've died and I got to re-kill the area. And I'm like, fuck this. I literally spent 10 minutes clearing this area. I died at the end. I'm not fucking doing this. And so I try. Well, you can't now because everything is bum rushing you. I'm afraid you're giving them too much credit, Sammy. They have fumbled the ball over and over since October. GGG Standing operating procedure questions are always pre-approved by Tencent. Gazzy even admitted to that. What? Wow. PoE 1 got better. PoE 1 got better the less Jonathan was involved with it. It's too zoomy now, in my opinion, but it'll take faster than I ever like over a slog. Okay. If they don't want to increase drops for crafting, then take it out. Yeah, but we need their drops, so we will engage them. Jonathan's so out of touch. It's not that he's out of touch. Guys, he's not out of touch. His vision is different than what the players. Now, what degree, what amount, who knows? We don't know. Maybe there's a big part that agree with him. I don't know. I just go by what I see. And it looks like they disagree with him. But, you know, you can't listen 100% to the player base. They have a vision. All right. So the question is how they're going to stick to their guns. But I don't, to me, the level of difficulty is not even in play. I don't want them to worry about that. I don't care. I want the game hard. I like it when the game is difficult. No problem. But none of this. I don't want to play with one hand tied behind my back. Please, give us the tools. That's it. Give us the tools. Then it's my fucking problem if I can't beat the game because I'm too stupid to figure out what to do. Excuse my language. I think I'm just in a holding pattern with this game. I'm not putting any more time to it. Changes are made there. And so, yeah, you know, I get it. There's going to be people that are going to be put off. There's going to, you know, absolutely. I'm not upset. I got plenty of hours out of one after that. What I saw in the interview, I will not be playing. Tencent owns Digital Extreme Warfare, but devs listen to this all, Jonathan. Guys, the Tencent is so cringe. That discussion about Tencent owns so many fucking studios. Give me a break. That's an excuse. Tencent has nothing to do with it. Yes, the ownership, I get it. I understand, but that's not into play here. Tencent isn't, hey, Jonathan, do not make the game quicker. You are hereby you are disbanded from, like, come on. I got to +3 Arbiter with totems, but I couldn't get us because I wasn't. What? What? Oh, God. Anyway, look. I'm Italian, so I have Italian blood. So I'm very, heated right now. But that's because I love this game. And I see so much in it. And like, even with all this shit, the state of the game right now, I'm going to log on right now and play the game. And I look forward to playing it. Even with its sores, I still enjoy it. I do. I look forward to playing it. But it's frustrating because I know my fun factor could be much higher. It's not about me, blazing through the areas. It's about meaningful engagement and fun where I get a drop. I pick it up. Oh, wow. It's got all the mods that I need. I just got to, I got to slam it 3 more times. Hopefully I get what I want. Okay, let's go into town. Oh, look at all the currency I have. Regal. Oh, yes. Exalt. Yes. Exalt. Oh, is it better? Should I take a chance? Chaos it? What? Oh, but then what happens if it takes one that I want? Like, these are my options. These are my options. There's more, but you get what I'm saying, okay? Like, that's in the perfect world. But here's what's happening to me. To me. And again, maybe I got to get good. Oh, I killed him. Pick it up. Oh, nice. Fuck. I got 1 Regal and 2 Exalts in my stash. I know that because I'm fucking looking on the ground for Exalts all the time. They're not, I'm fucking 6 hours. I haven't seen an Exalt. Okay, let me go back into town. I would really love to slam this right now, but you know what? Let me put it away, and I'm going to get a couple more Exalts, and probably in a week, I'll get them, and I'll come back, and I'll slam it. In the meantime, poof, poof, die. Poof, poof, die. Poof, poof, die. Okay. Hey, but I don't know what your problem is. You have ruins. There's ruins for that, Sammy. Shit. Anyway. Oh, God. Okay, so that's my take. Well, gear would trivialize combat. And this is where I don't understand the whole trivialization comments. This is what I don't understand. I don't get it. That one I don't get. Like, do you want to have fun in the game or not? Do you want to be numbless and like brain dead? Like where you're having no fun and you're just, oh, I'm killing everything. Oh, I'm killing everything. Like you got to have fun in the game, right? Don't make me say what game that's for. The most boringest game ever made and a disgrace to the franchise. Sammy, did they update the Act 3 maps or do we need to wait more? Well, the actual post said in the weeks, but there was an update and some people are saying they're noticing it. I'm actually in Act 2 of Cruel. So I'll be grinding a little bit tonight. We'll see. We'll see if we get into any of the areas. If I can get to Act 3. And where am I in Act 2 actually? So I'm at Helani Gates. So we still have a ways to go. So depending on how the evening goes, if we can get through it, that'd be great, but we'll see tonight. I think I'll make a character today with Warrior using Spears. Pure for fire build. Nice. The last updated fixed the infinite reroll exploit for rituals. There you go. There you go. So I don't know. Someone came in here today and said, "Oh, I'm already feeling the difference," and I was like, I don't know if it was out that quick. But anyway, we'll see. Okay. I am going to put on the coffee and we're going to grind. We're going to grind, guys. We are, I don't know, an act and a half away from maps. So we are in Act 2 Cruel. Like I said, Halani Gates on my Crossbow Deadeye. And we're going to grind Aruno some more. And I'm going to take a lesson from Mark, or from Jonathan, and we are going to track how many, like, I got the MTX, the ring that counts, the currency that drops, but we're going to play this. I should have a ton of rares in my, because I'm a hoarder. Maybe we'll, he definitely opened my eyes to getting more regals, so I'm going to try to pay more attention to that. I already disenchant all the magic items. I do. I don't know. Maybe I need to pick up every single one now, but I'll be going back to town a lot. I'm giving it one more go to see if I can get past Viper. If I can, I'm done. Sorry, but I'm not beating my head against this one anymore. Yeah, Viper was a challenge. Thank God I was able, like I told the story, where I had that crossbow and it hit when I slammed it twice, and thank God. Thank God. Or else I'd probably still be on Viper, right? And I think the Ruin tiers, maybe to address it, is instead of them, like for example, the Iron Ruin, it's 15% physical damage. Maybe start it at 25. Oh, but that's damage. Shit, what am I talking about? Sorry. I'm talking more on the defensive side. The reses, the resistances. I forget what the... Well, when we get into the game, we'll see. Go and be the top players that Jonathan is so concerned about. Yeah, guys, Blizzard is fixing their game. Go play Diablo 4. It's so good. Yeah, that's right, Alessio. They're fixing their game. What's Grinding Gear Games doing? I'd rather play this game 100 times worse than it is right now. 100 times worse than the current state. Okay. Anyway, I'll be right back. And we're gonna grind. Sorry, everyone. I had to wait for the coffee to brew. Okay, we're back. All right, let's go. All right. What? My filter? What happened? Here we go.
What? I will tell your tale.
Yeah, the filter didn't load. Filter didn't load. Something about a line being off. I saw the message, so. Okay, hold on. I gotta get set up here. Okay. Sorry, guys. Second. Did I? Okay. Did.
Ah, yes. Move swiftly.
Where is it? Ooh, that's hot.
Seems there's a meeting at the main cart.
All right.
Come, Jingak. A new purpose awaits you. Patience. Waste away.
All right, let's pick them all up. Now I'm gonna have to pick up every blue. We're gonna go with this new strategy. So many times I gotta go into town. Every time we fill up, I'm gonna go back.
Got no pack space for that.
There you go. I'm already full. Already full. Yep. We're gonna disenchant everything. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe it's the way.
What?
Boy.
Stay inside.
Man, this is gonna add to my run. Get up. Your magic.
In my sights.
Just disappointed. PoE2's capable of burying. Yeah. Okay, we got to kill her, and then hoping there's a lot of gold in here. Hello, get in there. We're picking up every blue. We're gonna have crafting currency in no time. Here we go. Nice. Go.
I need more time. Not ready. Not yet. Not yet. All these snake women make me miss the Grellwood. I shall overcome. Quick and lethal.
She doesn't take damage when you're outside the circle? Oh, shit.
Once a bustling city, now a sand-choked tomb.
Fuck it. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Need more time.
That's why I'm seeing more and more loot lately. It's something's wrong with my filter. Fuck.
Not yet.
It is annoying though.
You sensed it too. Did
Sorry, Delwyn. Not happening, brother.
Need more time. Too weak. Too slow. That would only slow me down.
Already full.
Prepare yourself.
Bad idea. Fucking chaos, of course.
Not ready.
Look at this. They fucking blocked me right at the door.
Need more time. Not yet. Patience.
What a fucking bad idea. I don't know why I do these strong boxes. It's not like you fucking get rewarded for it. Whoa. Fuck off.
Patience. Not yet. Not yet. Quick and lethal. Got no pack space for that.
This is what you need to do, boys. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Here for a story? Do not wander. Hello. I will tell your tale.
That would only slow me down.
Already have to go back. But mind you, we opened a strong box, so.
Rather not break my back. Stay light, stay alive.
Who doesn't like purple balls chasing you? Yeah, I love those things.
Speak up.
Town time is downtime. Hey, but this is how you get the currency, right? We got to be disenchanting everything. Artificial orbs. Jonathan said, you know, are you disenchanting rares? Fuck's sakes.
Not yet. 2 weak, too slow.
Yeah, I gotta get more. We gotta get 20 or 25 movement speed. 15 isn't cutting it.
Need more time.
Now I'm getting all these ruins. Like, to me personally, endgame, the currency's not a problem.
Not yet.
I find for me it's the campaign.
2 weak, too slow.
What the fuck is that?
Winter deepens, bringing a biting chill.
monsters cannot be slowed. If monsters were slowed, then we would just run by them and not kill them. Where the fuck I'm going? What is that? Is that Helani Gates? Helani Shrine.
Left a child to die. He holds a new loyalty.
Here we go, boys.
I was mortal then. I was weak.
Then why did you never come look for me after your ascension?
They told me you had died.
Oh shit! I got.
I did die. After 30 years living among the Faradan, it was a harsh life filled with pain. And I hated you every moment of it.
Can you ever forgive my mistake?
No! Save your breath for when my king arrives and lets the seed feast upon your flesh. My king nears.
Not ready.
Embrace corruption.
Not to it. I'm not ready. Not yet. Stay light, stay alive.
Got no more fucking room. No, there's no way. Nope.
Immortal. I awoke. I asked. Lost. Death. Thank you.
Got no pack space for that. There was a god.
This is what I mean. Like, now I'm fucking looking at everything.
Do not wander.
All right. How many do I have? 3. 1. Oh, fuck. I thought I had 3. We're gonna have to upgrade. I feel my power getting a little weaker here.
This valley is not natural. It's been carved.
Yeah, see, it's 10%. The resistant ruins are 10%.
Meet your edge.
Get good? Okay, I'll try, Ryder. I'll try to get good. I think that's a dead end. It's not. Look at that. Ooh. It's always the issue of the other relic. And what do I ask every time I come here, guys? Every fucking time I come here.
Barely broke a sweat.
I want the bigger one.
My sight. Not yet. Whoever chose this as their burial place thought highly of themselves. Not ready. Not yet.
Hey, Zoot. You got past Act 2 the other day? Nice. I stopped using the Whirlwind Twister tech and just stuck with what was working for me, throwing down Storm Lances and blowing them up. Nice. Awesome, bro.
Need more time.
That's not it. Did I hit this one? Oh, I did. Okay. Yeah. Fuck.
I get the feeling that I am not welcome here.
Fuck, I hate this boss fight with a passion. Don't you love it when you think something's gonna be right and it works out? Those are the best. Me. You have 2 ascendancy nodes? Nice. For the very first play, for my very first time,
Prepare yourself.
oh shit. In Path of Exile 2, I actually did what the game told me to do. Told me to do the Trials of Secamus on my first ascendancy. And then it told me to do the Trial of Chaos on my second one, and I did it. In the past, I've just done the Chaos. I don't like that honor system in the Secamus, but I'm like, you know what? Just actually, both were pretty easy. Mind you, I was over leveled on my second one. Remember when our biggest complaint was the honor system? Yeah, I do actually. Oh well. Waste of time.
Not yet. Not ready.
No, hey, Dig. No, not that honor system in WoW. The honor system in the Trials of Secamus. Oh, this is gonna be fucking brutal.
A myth made real.
We did not have a good time on this one last time.
Patience.
Game froze.
I'm not ready. Patience. I need more time.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
A myth made real. Not yet.
Can't fucking see what you're doing.
Strength is wasted on a hot to the touch.
What? How am I gonna get that? Too much loot.
Greetings.
Ho ho! That is really good. Hello? Price checker. Hello? Why isn't it working? Sorry, guys. I'm having a little issue here with something. Oh, thank you. Hmm.
This rule. hear you. No need to rush.
I don't know if I just want ads. Actually, I do have. Yeah, right here. But I need 95 int. There's a 20%er.
Who goes there? No need to rush. It suits you. Goodbye.
Lucky. Now we're cooking with gas, boys. Now we're cooking with gas. Okay. Oh, I gotta be looking at the bottom. Jesus. Really, eh? I don't have it? Wow, I don't have the one. I don't have the ruin for evasion and energy shield. Jesus. Like, what the fuck do I put? Okay, what did we just do here? Still gotta go there. POE2, POE2 has a problem, too much loot. I gotta say, I'm dying to look into what's going on right now.
I've never seen such death. Bones stacked on bones. Submit. Not ready. Not yet.
Woohoo!
Much ash. Need more time. Nowhere to run. Too weak. Too slow.
Jesus. All right.
Fancy seeing you here. Losing it.
Trowel sell. They're selling trowels again.
No time to tarry.
I'm ignoring him for now. Gorilla the Hunt. thrill to hunt, but that horrible fake accent is just horrible.
Not yet. Submit.
Showtime. Ah.
I need more time. Need more time. If I ever see them, they won't be needing these anymore.
I would reboot it, Zoot. I would reboot the game.
How can I be of
Do you have that? Do you have that executable, like the PoE Crasher? I think it is.
These emperor. It'll take if my fingers.
Loot explosion again. Hold on. Let me get rid of everything here. Ooh, not getting rid of that. Fucking armor. I think I did them all right.
Speak up.
I'm not musically inclined.
I will tell your tale.
No, I said there's an executable file, a program. I think it's called the PoE Crasher,
It is
and
time
that
to
prevents
use
the game from crashing.
Move swiftly.
Slaves. The Marakath really are a brutal people.
What is it?
What do I gotta do? Is this where I talk to everybody?
Quickly. I can wait. What?
You can't hide forever, Jaman-Ra.
I am hesitant. Fight to the last.
Hey, X-rated. How's the new patch? It's a slog fest. Fucking map changed. Fuck. The map changed. So now we gotta fucking... Oh. What are they going to change after the interview?
As we approach the others, if you have... Take your time. Sans guides you.
The path to Desha. Thank you.
Not the stuff that's going to make the game
Story.
better. Well, I shouldn't say that, but... They're going to fix the drop rate of the artificer orbs. They talked about the fact that the charm slots on belts isn't, you know, working as intended. Never mind the charms. The charms are a shit show too, which they acknowledged. They're saying that down the road, like, we should be playing with two 2 charms, 3 charms, 4 charms. So I think he even set up to 6 slots for charms on belts coming down the pipe. There's 5 to 7 new affinities on the stash tabs. So we'll be able to store those. They said PoE 3.26 towards the end of May. Talked about a lot of other shit, but looks like the large balance changes are only going to happen during league starts. That's about it as far as what I can see changes. You know, Zizaran did a good job of asking a lot of good questions. And the interview got off to a bumpy start.
The city of the dead.
That's for sure.
Why not just bury them and
Jonathan was not in a mood. Was not in the mood in the beginning. He actually apologized for it at the end.
in my sight?
But I can tell you what is clear that they don't want to change, and that is they don't want to make us faster. Sounds like they don't want to slow down the enemies either. And I think Jonathan said, you know, when it was talking about the speed of the enemies, he's like, well, if we slow them down, then
Too weak, too slow.
players can just avoid them. Sounds like he doesn't want us to avoid. He wants to, you know, he wants us to engage, but this is a friggin' ARPG, man. The reason why we play it is because we get to kill shit tons of mobs. We don't play ARPGs so we avoid killing stuff. You put your trust into Mark? Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Like, I don't know. I might be wrong, but I got the impression they're just worried about the wrong thing. Like, Jonathan, like I said earlier, and I'm only repeating myself just because there might be new people here now, but like, he mentioned the top players. Like, if we do that, the top players are just going to crush the game, and then what's the point? Like, why are you worried about the top 1%? They're going to smash the game no matter what you do.
Need more time.
And if you need any proof, like, I know Path of Exile 1 is not Path of Exile 2, but you just watch Zizaran's Gauntlet event, okay? Crazy ass mechanics. And I actually, well, we all did it. I participated in that Gauntlet event. And you know, the top percent, fucking easy street. Doesn't matter what you put in front of them, they're gonna smash it.
Not yet.
Did you miss anything good? Well, there was a little tension in the well, I don't know. Some might say there was tension throughout. I think Zizaran handled himself so amazingly. Like, he was the perfect guy for this interview. Like, he was direct, professional, but he did not pull any punches. Like, he asked a lot of good questions. Sorry guys, my game froze, as you can see. And if he didn't agree with anything he said, I totally disagree with that. You know, I understand, but I totally disagree. You know, it was good. It was good. I wish the responses would have been a little bit different. And again, it's not based on the difficulty. I don't want the difficulty to change. There's other things that can help with dealing with the difficulty of the game and still keep the integrity and, you know, meaningful and engaging combat. But, you know, he didn't talk about build diversity. Like, specifically, like, I don't think there was any questions about that. Like, the other thing that's, again, my estimation, I might be completely off the left field, but they really are rolling with the punches, man. They really are. I don't know. I've said this consistently. Like, I think they are playing catch up left, right, and center. You had to load it in DX11? Huh. It's not about smashing the game, it's about the economy. Well, you know, again, I'm paraphrasing and my interpretation of the interview, and Jonathan, don't get me wrong, they said, well, you know, we can take a look at it, and if we find something, like, so it's not like they're not willing to look at things. There was things where they outright said, you know what, no, that's not something where, I can't remember what they were, but I think crafting is going to be what it's going to be. They're hell-bent on Ruins dealing with that. And, you know, Jonathan wants loot drops to matter. He doesn't want PoE 1 where it's a fucking screen full of loot that you don't use. That's not going away, it sounds like. Like, he was shocked when Zizaran said, well, you know, some players don't have currency. They don't have regals. They don't have salts. And he was like, what? You don't have regals? Well, aren't you disenchanting your rares? Like, that's the source of regals. I don't know. And he's like, you know, when every night I go home and I play the game and test, and like, that's not what I'm experiencing, kind of what Jonathan was saying. Oh, and the best part was about the difficulty speeding up. Zizaran was like, you know, would you put any consideration in slowing down the enemies? Mark was giving, you know, he was entertaining the question. You know, maybe we can do this, maybe we can do that. Jonathan was just like, well, you know, if we slow them down, then players are just going to avoid them. You know, my takeaway from that, they want us to engage with everything. They don't want us racing around. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. We'll see what the rest of the community says, you know, and then I'll put that, you know, there's a couple of people, other content creators that I value their opinions and their takes, so I'll watch them and see what their take was. You know, people that play the game and know the game. I will keep my commentary down now. I did enough hate trolling of Digi for the evening. Yeah, and you know what? Don't jinx Last Epoch. Please. All these people already talking about smack with Last Epoch, blah, blah, blah. Like, season 2 hasn't come out yet. Don't jinx it, please. Like, I want season 2 to be good. Everyone's already talking and doing victory laps.
God, no pack space for that.
As long as I don't see any more 43 deaths in 2 hours for a mini boss. Well, you never know on this channel. I can tell you one thing. You very rarely see me continuing playing a game that I don't enjoy. So... keep that.
Hello. Stay in sight.
How's our currency situation? No exalts yet. Oh, that's right. I wanted to show you guys something. So, where is it? Cosmetics. No exalts. Or one. Where was I? Did I? Yeah. Excuse me.
You have no time.
No, come on. Seriously, Slim? 4 exalts the whole campaign? Come on. There's no way. Nah, come on. Wow. Huh. That is crazy.
You are relentless.
That is some bad luck.
That makes you predictable. The time of the Faraday.
That is really some bad luck. Yeah, RNG.
Resurrecting the dead. Back where they belong.
Crossbow does look strong. Believe me, took me a long time to get here.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Hello. I will tell your tale.
The Ferrodin, as we
The hunt nears its
we now have their threat. Move swiftly.
Return to the Adura Cavern and speak to Sir. Oh, wait a minute. I did.
Care for a story? Jarman Ra can control the sands? There is. We would have.
Oh, I'm speaking to the wrong. Where's she? Am I going off my fucking rockers?
Yes? I can wait.
What? Jarman Ra can. There is. We would have. I will tell your tale.
What did I miss? I feel like I'm missing something. Hey Robert, hi Sammy, you look tired. I am. I had an early morning and I worked all day.
Ready yourself.
And I got super early because I had a lot of stuff to do. And I wanted to, you know, be here for the interview, so that was 5 o'clock. And we've been on since 5. So yeah, I need another cup of coffee. I'm on fumes right now. How you doing, Robert?
I'm not ready. Not ready.
You ended up making Gorilla the Hut. Oh my God, Zoot, that looked really good. You are not going to go wrong with listening to him. Palstrin is unbelievable. That guy knows his shit. I played his explosive shot that I last league.
Prepare yourself. Patience. More time. Patience.
Come on.
Not yet.
They haven't been dropping a lot of skill 11 gems for me. Holy crap, man. I'm getting like fucking skill gems left, right, and center right now. Mind you, my rarity is at 41, which is not super high, but oh, we got an exalted. Where the shit am I going? Oh yeah, over here.
I shall overcome. Not yet.
Get out of that one.
Not ready.
What? We got a rogue exile in the dreadnought. Cringe. And you don't have any fucking unique gear. Alfred, why is your health bar? Where are you? Oh!
Away with you!
This is not cool, Alfred.
This is my penance. So be it!
It is your penance. Crossbow to crossbow!
Killed before, and I'll do it again.
What is he saying?
Not going down without a fight.
Ditto.
Please forgive me.
I think it's explosive shot.
Not going down without a fight.
They nerfed it, bro. Wrong skill.
Fuck.
Oh, he's over here.
First mates, forgive me. Just leave me be.
You came to me.
Not going down without a fight. Away with you.
Look at this. Look at this shit. Seriously. Ugh. Oh my god, a pair of boots with a ruin in it already. Nice. I take that. What? Look, it came with a lesser body ruin. Your first 5 maps were all blues. Oh, showtime. No currency, no exalts, no currency, like 2 rares. Wow, that something's wrong. There's no way. No way.
How can
Something seriously wrong. All right, so okay, we're going in like Flynn. Oh shit. Okay, there's nothing too crazy here, right? Okay, I'm gonna put that here just in case. I'll look at that later. That's really not gonna get me anything, but I'll keep it anyway. And all this other shit can go. Belts. All right, let's go. Let's see how we pan out here, boys and girls. It's not actually bad. Okay.
Stay inside.
Let's see if this guy smacks us around, and we got to reassess the situation. What do I got here?
under the hooded one's sway. Do you even know what he is? No matter. You'll find my king far more capable than Count Geonor. My king, take the power you were promised. Put an end to this nuisance.
The second of the bow before your king.
Medicus, do not bow to kings. We skin them. Submit! You are finished! Now, kill the...
Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. I have a feeling.
The second of the Ardura. Bow before your king.
The Medicus, do not bow to kings. Skin them. Glorious.
The second of the Ardura. Bow before your king.
I need more time.
We will have what is ours. For my people! The end of the marathon is now!
Need more time.
The marathon will pay! We are endless!
Not ready.
We will have what is ours! For my people! The end of the marathon is now! We are vengeance!
Not ready.
Ardura. Bow before your king. The Manifest will pay!
Submit! You are finished! Now, kill the Sekima!
The Manifest will pay! We'll pay hate in kind! The Manifest will pay! The era of the Faradun is now! Reprisal! The era of the Faradun is now! The Manifest will pay! We will have what is ours! The Sigma of the Ardura. Bow before your king.
The Medicus do not bow to things! Not yet! We skip them!
The era of the Faradun is now! The Manifest will pay!
Submit! You are finished!
We will have what is ours! The era of the Faradun is for my people!
Not ready! Not yet! Not ready!
For my people!
Patience! Not yet!
For my people! The era of the Faradun is now!
Need more time! We're running out of time! End this!
The beast! Go! I don't have time for this! Sand! Bend to my will!
Didn't even fucking charge my thing to full thing.
Thanks for the follow.
Need more time!
Hate! Our hate! The era of the Faradun is now! You will not
I'm not ready.
win! We will blot out the sun! You will be forgotten! Hate on hate! The era of the Battlefield is now! 10,000 spears! The Manitans will pay! The Manitans will pay! 10,000 spears!
I need more time.
Our gift to you! I will! Cannot give up! Endless hate!
I need more time.
Oh!
Our gift to you! The Manitans will pay! Hate! I will grind you into dust!
One fucking exalt. The first phase fucked me. He would have been dead. I had no health. And second phase, it only went up to 75 recharge. Fucking mechanic, man. The fucking hitbox with that fucking spear is fucking like there. Look at this. Look at this fucking hitbox of his.
For my people! We are the children of the desert!
That one hurt you? How do you think I felt? He had this much health. But my flask ran out.
Time for this. Sand bends to my will. Impede my enemy. We will have blood.
Fuck's sakes.
Hate our hate. The air of the parachute hate our hate.
Stop fucking making mistakes, Sammy. Jesus Murphy, bro. Pay fucking attention.
Void, damn you! The era of the parachute is now! We will blot out the sun! Our gift to you! I will erase you! The era of the parachute is now! The manifest will pass 10,000 spears! You will not win! Take our hate! Wings to me! The manifest will pay! The era of the parachute is now! You will be forgotten! The era of the parachute is now! Die!
You.
Urasakama!
What a loss. And it froze.
Asala! This is not over. Not yet.
I return you to the embrace of death!
It is done.
Ooh, chaos damage.
The war returned.
That stupid sword slam of his is the worst. I can't avoid it ever. It's a good fight. It's just, you know, they throw everything at you and the kitchen sink, that's for sure. You need movement speed on that fight. Obviously, you need damage, but I'm so glad I made the change to 25%. 15.
Who or what are you?
You're really slugging trying to avoid shit. Because you're slower.
I am. It was I. All I can. The beast. While I stare ruin.
It doesn't matter what you've done. Only
All right,
what you're
guys.
going to do
Cruel
about it.
Act 3. One more act. One more. What level are we? 57. One more act and we're into maps, boys and girls. Oh, wait a minute. Fuck. Oh, it doesn't matter.
What is it? Yes, we until.
The beast has grown too powerful. Utsal is close.
Later, Zoot.
First a barren desert.
Hey,
now
Eric,
a
that one hurt you?
Oh, how
If it hurt you, how do you think I felt? How do you think I felt? We gotta take a look at some stuff. We gotta do a little upgrade here. We gotta do an upgrades. Don't shoot a Sila. Whoa! Fuck. That green shit just fucking hit me and my fucking health just evaporated. You struggle with GNR? You don't struggle with JAMA?
Not yet.
You gotta admit though, the boss fights, oh, they're so
You
good.
sensed it too, did you? The spirit is near. Good eye. Let's run this witch down. Sharp. That face is marked. Spirit have mercy.
Fuck. Really? This is what fucking irks me. This is what irks me. Such a big map. No fucking checkpoints. Yep. This is when we skip everything. When we have to do it 5 times. Is it this way?
Not yet.
Who are these guys? Whoa!
Patience.
Periodically invulnerable.
An easy trophy. Need more time.
Okay.
Rather not break my back.
Well, I do want... Oh, shit. Well, if I have to choose, I'm gonna look there.
Good time, eh? After the spirit.
No, Delwyn. Get at. Whoa! Look at this. Look at this. Look how fast these fuckers are. Look at them. Look at them. It's just incredible. They are on fucking steroids. We made it!
What kind of stunt I can buy with it?
I can smell the fear on him.
Hello there. In any case,
Until next time.
She's friendly. A bit too friendly.
Somewhere we must hope. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow, Eric. You passed level 83? Nice. Nice. Where am I? Okay. We'll take a look at that.
She has wisdom to share.
Take your time. Be wary.
No local. Stay wary.
Oof. I got it on the right one. Kind of want to gauge what the feedback is, guys. The 3.26 timer is enough to keep me stiff for the next few days. Thanks for asking about that. Phenomenal job, Ziz. Thank you. Yeah, well, it's crazy how Jonathan's attitude has changed a lot after he touched some money. It's crazy that devs even do these interviews with streamers. Great questions, but not sure if the devs had good answers. Only their actions will say how the game will be changed. So far, the posts have only tuned 1% of the issues, while they make it sound like they've tuned 90% of the major issues. It was good. Wish the support gem downside thing was taken up. I loved the interview. I loved your follow-ups and pushback. It's a shame that Jonathan was in a sour mood for most of it. He seemed unnecessarily combative, although the overwhelming amount of negative feedback they've received likely doesn't help. That's true. The miscommunication with the campaign got harder, and monsters are too fast at the start was a little infuriating, but overall good job from both of you and the dev. I understand how nerve-wracking it must be to be in your shoes. Good interview. Clashing your views, exchanging opinions, that's how this should look like. think it was really necessary to be assertive and firm when addressing complaints about the game's current state. I hope they actually take some feedback. Very good interview. Great questions. Having someone consistently interrupt or talk over you can make it difficult, but you made sure your voice was heard, our words were spoken. Great job, Ziz. Earned my respect with this one. Way to represent the community. I normally don't listen to the whole cast for PoE ones, but this one I watched. It is entirely in its entirety, and you killed it. Thank you for pushing back like you did. One of the first interviews I've seen when it sounded like someone was actually interviewing to see the game's problems addressed. Very well said, JC Craze. I absolutely agree. The one thing I'm not a big fan about some of these interviews is just like, it's softball, you know? Softball. And it's tough. It's tough to find the right balance because, you know, no matter what, regardless of how good the game is, how poor the game is, you always have to be respectful. So it's tough to be, like, I think Ziz did an amazing job of balancing the pushing back and being respectful. And, like, I found they both were interrupting each other. Ziz was doing it as well. I don't think neither of them were doing it on purpose. Just, you have to understand, there's the audio thing, right? So, I don't know. Are they interviews or are they semi-glazes? You, next, you actually think that this was a glazed interview? No. Not at all. Let me turn that off. There have been glazed interviews for sure. Not this one. This one was pretty... Oh, Ziz wasn't. Ah, okay. Yes, totally agree. There have been. Absolutely. Those are the ones where you're just like, okay, are we gonna get it? Are we gonna get anywhere here? Like, are we gonna get any answers? One of the best interviews you have ever done. Wish you would have been a bit stronger on getting questions answered. But I get it, considering the atmosphere of the interview was definitely a bit much. Look, you can't sit there and say, not good enough answer. Can you please address my, you know, like, not too many studios do this kind of stuff. So you do have to be respectful and mindful of that. And you got to be professional. You think Tencent makes him do the interviews? Guys, I don't know what you guys... I don't know why you guys are obsessed with Tencent. I don't get it. Like, I understand, obviously, the ownership of Tencent, but I don't know. Tencent owns so many studios. Do you think they're actually involved in the minutia? Of course, you know, they have board seats, and yes, of course, they influence stuff, but the details like that, I don't know about that, but whatever. The questions were good. The response wasn't what I was looking for. A lot of vague. We are working on that, or we have ideas. If the ideas were like the launch of season 2, I'm a little scared. Again, I go back with the fact that I personally think and Mark actually said it. They're shooting from the hip. Sometimes they're shooting from the hip. They're behind. They're playing catch up. They didn't realize, like, I think they feel like they should be further ahead. They didn't anticipate this kind of pushback. So now, instead of, you know, adding to the game, they're fixing it. You know what I mean? And there's a shit ton to add still. Gazzy said Tencent previews all interview questions. Okay, Eric. Okay. So that is confirmed that Tencent previews. Wow, interesting. It doesn't happen to me, so it isn't happening. Jonathan. Crystal picked up on that. Every time there was, well, I don't know. When I go home, like, all my gear has ruins in it. I got regals. Like, I haven't experienced that. Every night I go home and I test. That interview was exactly what we needed, man. Thanks for all the questions. Yeah, Ziz did a great job. That was the most realistic and most productive Death Talk in a while. This was needed. Big W, sir. Yep, 07s. Good job, Ziz. Great interview. Well done. Standing your ground on an important... Yeah, I have to say, man, major big ball kahuna Ziz. He, like, and respectfully and not rude, he was like, I'm sorry, like, I totally disagree with that, but I totally disagree with that. Like, awesome, man. And Ziz knows his shit. Thank you for standing up for the rest of us. You got some big balls. Yeah, see, there you go. Fuck. 10 out of 10. No notes. You did awesome, Ziz. Watched this, and it looked really bad from Jonathan and his heels in the sand trying to refute everything with trivial. Maybe Act 2 white mobs can be trivial. Oh, God. Yeah, it looks like... Can't wait to watch the interview. Looks like you did a great job. Okay, this guy's not watching it. Jonathan needs to step down. That cook touched money and thinks he knows best. Spent $30K since PoE 1 Standard League. They will never get another dime from me. Fuck. Wow. He spent $30,000? Easy. Thanks for not asking fluff dumb shit like auction house and minion questions. That's below the belt, bro. Drake. Oh my God, Drake. Come on, bro. That's below the belt shit. DM and Ghazi. You know, that's the kind of questions Tavern Talk's gonna be. I thought it was a good interview too. PoE 1 players, stop complaining that PoE 2 is not PoE 1. That's their intent. I agree. This PoE 1, PoE 2 shit's got to go. Path of Exile 2 is and should be different than PoE 1. That's their intent. I don't want to play PoE 1 dog shit anyway. John and Mark doing amazing. Okay, Max, that's below the belt, bro. There's no PoE 2 without PoE 1, bro. So chill, bro. Putting a link to it. Your post lowers viewer friction. Watching it now. What? Thanks for the great interviews as always. You asked what was needed to be asked. Great jobs. Oh, here's some memes. Mrs. Zizran, have you ever said thank you? Let the memes begin. Mrs. Zizran, have you ever said thank you once since the beginning of this interview? Oh my God, that's so good. That's such a good meme. Oh, too funny. W was expecting PR bullshit, but you actually voiced most of the concerns of the community. Ask Jonathan, get good. Mark's better than Jonathan. PoE 1 has a ton of flaws. PoE 2 should be fresh and stop trying to replicate PoE 1. Or it will become stale. PoE 1 is old and gameplay is outdated. Needs to be updated, changed to stay fresh. All right, bro. Wow. What's going on? Rax is the only one that did a video so far? Seriously? Come on. Okay, I think it's time we go into the cesspool. I think it's time we go into the cesspool, boys and girls. Let's see what Reddit has. Zizaran appreciation post. Huge kudos to Ziz for the podcast and interview. I'm a new player to Path of Exile, and I'm very blown away by his detailed preparation and composure throughout the interview. I've never been part of a game in a community like this, so it's just amazing to see a content creator not only interview lead devs, but to keep his cool, stick to the community's priorities, all while also having an open mind to what the devs had to say. I left feeling a lot better about the direction of the game, and I hope all of you nice work, Ziz. Thank you guys so much for the sweet comments in the post. I haven't read through everything yet, but I can promise you I did my best. I hope the people that doubted me ahead of the interview didn't feel justified doing so, at least feel like we got some good answers here. You killed it, man. Congrats. I was one who had doubts about the interview, but I tuned in. Fantastic job. Props, man. Great questions, great questions, great questions, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Pretty insane. What is this? Pretty insane. Asked me for... No, that's not it. Jonathan's reaction was priceless.
Warrior being melee, right? Like
Hold
right
on.
now so obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista.
You notice that he's not looking? Like, look, he's totally like not engaged. Not at all.
So obviously PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now I'm playing artillery ballista.
Well, at least we finally know who the target audience is. Yes. Oh, what is that? Yes. The 1%, right? Is this what he's trying to get at? Mark trying to save everything, make this even more sad. Mark seemed like he was agreeing with Sis, then John would just jump in and the conversation would become awkwardly confrontational. I don't know what the fuck I just watched. I think this has to do a lot more with body language and public speaking. Also, Jonathan just seems like he wears his heart on his sleeve more than Mark. That's true. I think that, yeah. Yeah. I don't think Jonathan, I don't think he's good at, when he's upset, it's kind of obvious. It's prevalent when they both speak on something they both disagree with. I think it's great that game devs are willing to do this publicly. That's true, you know. We shit on them for a lot, but the fact that they say, you know, and they did it in this interview tonight, you know, it was, I forget what they said, but they said like, it's a fuck up. Like it was a big mistake. I forget what they admitted to, but. And the fact that they engage in conversations in front of us about shit, you know, like they were in the office talking in private. It's pretty cool. It's something that both disagree with. I think it's great that game devs are willing to do this publicly. There's no reason for it to be their strength, which makes me appreciate it even more because this isn't their field. Making games is. Well, I don't know about that. JZ, like I hear what you're saying, they're game developers, but they also spend probably 15 to 20% of their time marketing their game. They go to a lot of conferences and game conferences and then they're talking, they're doing media interviews, like, so they're used to getting in front of the camera, getting interviewed, like it's part of the job. I prefer this than corporate mouths. In Jonathan's defense, he apologized. Yeah, he did apologize at the end for getting off the wrong foot around this part of the interview. He was definitely not his usual self. Yeah, he is not. I think he's so over this conversation about speed and like when the topic of slow, like the pace of the game comes up, the level of difficulty, don't even mention trade. But when those topics come up, it just, he's like, oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Again, we got to talk about this. Like, it's not happening, guys. Like, the game is going to be hard. Get good. Like, that's kind of the sense I get. You know what I mean? Like, and these guys do interview after interview, and you being asked about the same thing. Like, you know, I had to turn it off. Jonathan told Ziz he should be disenchanting if he wants Regals. I felt third-person embarrassment from someone like that coaching such a monumental community member like Ziz. Oof. From what I have seen so far, Jonathan and Mark don't seem to have the same vision. Yeah, that's a very good point. And that cripples the game a lot. Well, you could also argue sorry. It's not good having people on a team that all have the same mentality or think the same. I think quite the opposite of what this guy just said. I think it's good that Mark sees things a bit different than Jonathan, because that's where you get the debate, that's where you get the conversation, that's where things can be hashed out. If both of them thought the same way, we'd be fucked. We would. So I disagree with this guy. I think it's good. It doesn't cripple it. I think it actually enhances the development. Makes sense. Mark is supposed to be PoE 1 lead dev. Once the water settles, I bet each game goes in very different directions. I hope so. I was very I love what they said about the... So Zizaran asked, is WASD will be going to Path of Exile 1? Very good question. And Jonathan said, well, it's not that we don't want to do it, it's that they can't do it because they have to transfer all the MTXs from PoE 1 to Path of Exile 2. Once that is done, then that opens up, I guess, kind of cross-pollination, so they could bring... That opens up Path of Exile 1 to, like, the assets of Path of Exile 2, so then WASD can go over to PoE 1. But what I found intriguing about that is more of that is literally all the new assets, and I've talked about this in some of my videos, all the new assets that they created in Path of Exile 2, if they so choose, could be put into PoE 1. And I think that's exciting for the development of Path of Exile 1 moving forward. Not just WASD. So that's awesome. The look of sadness in Ziz's eyes kind of says it all. I don't know if I saw sadness. I wouldn't call the game hard. I'd call it slow and boring. The game is not hard. Tedious and frustrating is what it is. Shockingly disappointed by Jonathan so far. Constantly interrupting and taking over the others. He doesn't seem to grasp nuances. When players say this thing is overtuned, he immediately jumps to, we can't make that easier, because then the entire game is pointless and zero challenge. Or he just doesn't believe the feedback Ziz is giving him. Mark seems to understand the shades of gray and that there are multiple avenues and degrees to tweak. They all loosened up as it went on, and Jonathan acknowledged he was combative to start. Still seems to be a large disconnect between the player experience and Jonathan's experience. I know if there was some way that someone could convince him, you know, do an Elon thing when you're playing your game. Go on, well, don't go on Starlink, but go and stream your testing and let's see. Personally, I'd like him, like I said during the interview, I'd like to see him take a character from 0 to tier 15 maps. That's what I want to see. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, guys, but my chat... Here we go. Let me put this down there. Sorry. Big L there. Rax started his video the minute the interview was over. Everyone else is likely still editing. Yeah, they're editing. All the Giga editors are going to be editing tonight and dropping their videos tomorrow. I'm definitely curious about a couple and can't wait to watch. GGG have been like this for a while. They are absolutely petrified of giving the players any sort of power. Jonathan's line of thinking can exist like an inception. Yes, changing movement speed changes XYZ, but if you never make the change, how can you ever tell what feels good? It's early access. Go wild. Yeah. I don't know why Jonathan doesn't treat this more like early access. Like, you know, I think it's Nex that said it during the interview, and I totally agreed. And I didn't want to, as you guys saw, that if you were here during the interview, I didn't say much because I didn't want to talk over the interview, because we're all, you know, we were all here to listen to the interview, not me insert my comments. But I lost my train of thought. Oh, yes. Respecking our ascendancies. What is the big fucking deal? It's early access. Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? I think I know why they care. Because if everyone tries all the different ascendancies, more shit is going to be uncovered. I think. I don't know. I can't think of anything else that makes any sense. Who cares? It's early access. He should stream a full act playthrough. No, hey, Azoling, I want him from 0. I want to see him create a character, and I want to see him do the campaign. I want to see, you know, how he does it. I want to see him disenchanting all this gear. How much is he going back into town? Like, I get it. Disenchanting all that shit, yeah. You're going to end up with a shit ton of currency. But you're literally going to town then every 5 minutes. 10 minutes. I don't know. This is a seasonal game, so I will skip the season until it looks fun again. I had to stop watching. Jonathan seems detached and quite condescending, while Mark appears more grounded and open to change. I found the answers I was looking for, but I was ultimately disappointed by them. We search for truth, but we are never prepared when we find it. Godspeed, friend. Jesus. What Jonathan doesn't seem to get is that in general, me and people I've talked to are completely fine with challenging boss fights and occasional challenging rares. We just don't want to fight challenging white mobs. If a game has free white monsters but challenging bosses, I'd still consider that game challenging. Very good comment. However, they don't want that. They don't want an easy campaign. Sorry, they don't want just the bosses to be hard. They don't want that. I don't know why. Because I have to say, that thought crossed my mind when they were talking about it. I'm like, well, a happy medium is make the fucking bosses super difficult and lower the difficulty with everything else. Not super easy, but just a tad. But no, they want everything to, they don't want that. They don't want just the bosses to be hard. I was fine with it at first because, yes, they need to test the respec cost, but I think that has been tested well enough now. And they have enough data to know what the cost should be and what the parameters it affects. They do next because when they did the major first nerf, remember they lowered the gold cost to respec? So they already know because everybody was respecing. I mean, most standard mobs in ER are really easy. If you get snuck up on or outnumbered, sure, it is nasty, but in general, you aren't clenching your butt cheeks on every mob in the game. No. The key there is being outnumbered. In Elden Ring, you don't get outnumbered unless you fuck up. And that design decision enables everything else. It gives the combat space to breathe, and as a result, people still play ultra great swords, even though they are slow and clunky, because they have the space to pull off big attacks and the satisfaction of deleting an enemy's health bar in one hit. That's true. Elden Ring is engaging in meaningful combat. But if you traverse the Elden Ring universe properly, you're kind of pulling mobs to fight one at a time, right? You see like five of them there, so you go up to one, you kind of pull it out, leave the other 4 there, you bring them over, you fight, you engage, hopefully you kill them, and it's methodical. You're knocking off one at a time. So it doesn't matter if you're slow, like this gentleman's great sword comment. It's a big wind up. The hit is slow, but if timed properly, you benefit from the higher damage. But in Path of Exile 2, that doesn't exist. You are getting aggroed as soon as you walk anywhere. You're getting aggroed. Everybody wants the game to be challenging. Challenging is not unrewarding and frustratingly tedious. I have to say, I'm shocked because Jonathan talked, I don't know what interview because I've watched a million of his, but, he said, we had a problem with A. I don't remember what the problem was. And he goes, ultimately, instead of fixing A, we're like, well, if A is the problem, then that's not the problem. The problem is that shouldn't be there because it's not fun. It's not that the players, it's not A. It's just the fact that doing A is not fun. So why have something in the game that's not fun? He actually said something like that. And so it's always stuck with me. I'm like, okay, great. This guy does look at whether or not a game is fun. But it just, I think it's over here right now. Like he has this vision about, and I understand he wants to protect the meaningful, engaging combat. I get it, but you can still have that. Like you can change what we want and still have that. I don't understand why he doesn't see that. There's got to be something he sees we don't. It's the only thing I can think of. Or he's just super stubborn. But how can you be super stubborn on something that the majority of the players are revolting. Like, let me paint the future here. If you stick to this, you're going to have less players, I think. This might be summarizing pretty well what this sub is experiencing right now. People never wanted a hard game. They wanted something that seems hard to beat, but actually is pretty trivial if you learn more about it. You can tell yourself you are a good gamer while the build and your items actually play on their own. I think if the outcry continues, GGG really has to introduce something like a challenge mode, but people will probably be mad because the challenge mode is too hard or something. What? I don't know if I agree with that. I love challenging game, but at the moment it's not challenging, but tedious. Yeah. I don't think Act 1 is going to be fun the 1000th time, no matter what you do with it. He just called the no-life PoE streamer Ziz to get good Unreal stuff. I don't know what that means. Are you not disenchanting rares? No wonder you have no regals. You guys find rares? Still can't get over his neglect to address armor. They haven't talked about it. They haven't talked about it. Anyway. Crazy guys. Absolutely bonkers. I'm a little bit disappointed. Like, I wanted to get somebody's feedback. Ziz is still streaming.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch.
What are you saying?
Do a big recap of what just a lot happened today. Today was.
Let's see what Rax.
They say less is more, but we believe more is more. That's why we built our sports.
All right,
you got,
so
Rax?
let's do a big recap of what just a lot happened today. Today was a godly day. So first, just for 2 seconds, let's talk about Last Epoch. There was an awesome interview by Talkative Try. I was going to do my normal thing. PoE2 had an interview today, Zizrin with the developers, and I need to make a lot of comments here first before we talk about it. So first of all, whenever I talk about these summaries, some people get really mad at me because I'm listening to like a multiple hour interview and I'm writing down in like 3 words what was asked and what was said. And then people get mad and they say, that's not exactly what they said. They said something totally different, or they had a completely different meaning than what you're implying. Guys, I'm not perfect. I'm writing as fast as I can. I'm not a professional. What's
You're
that
perfect,
occupation?
Rax.
Stenographer. What's the court person that types really fast? I'm not a professional. I'm not a professional typer, but I do type pretty fast. Actually, we'll do Type Racer after this. But yes, this is my interpretation of the interview. So let's get that out of the way. Another thing about this interview is if there was ever an interview to watch other than the showcase Last Epoch, it's this one. Actually watching it with Zizrin, because this one was heated. This was the spiciest interview
You needed
between a
popcorn for
player
this
and
interview.
developers I probably ever seen, and I absolutely loved it. I saw a lot of people sharing the opinion, just to speak in plain words, that Jonathan was very, I don't know, rude or contentious or whatever it is. Jonathan even himself apologized at the end of the interview. He said he woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I loved it. I think that Jonathan was speaking from a massive level of passion, and I bet they've been working tirelessly. And obviously this weekend they've gotten a lot of heat. Mark looked like he couldn't have cared less. He was smiling the whole time. He was very calm and collected. If I could potentially try to imagine myself in Jonathan's shoes with all the pressure on him and people unhappy that they put the date by last epoch and people unhappy with the patch. And they're trying to, it's always joked about, they're trying to build their vision. People always like troll with that, but it's actually awesome that they have like this idea of what they want the game to be, although it's not quite there. I love it. Like, I love that there was a lot of heat in it. And Zizrun would say, like, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that, and they'd have a big argument about it. That is by far the most valuable way to have an interview. So I loved it. I would hope to see more of this. In the end, it looked like they were all friends. I'm sure Zizrun has been interacting with them for years, so it's all good. That's my opinion. I will not side with anybody just shitting on Jonathan for the way the interview went. It was fine. Okay, now let's just get into the questions. People are unhappy with build progression. What are they doing about it? They'll do whatever they can to make people happy. They will balance things build by build and are looking for feedback. So the basic idea, I guess, goes right into the second thing. Zizrun does a really good job of following up on a lot of these questions. It's like people feel weak on every build. It's like the exception rather than the rule.
True.
That you can find a build where you can crush, right? I made a Lich guide and a Huntress guide so far for leveling. And if you go to the YouTube and read the comments, a lot of people are saying, I had a Lich or I had a Huntress and they weren't doing jack shit, but then I just copied your build and now I'm crushing. It's like, this is very common where if you go in and like try to make your own stuff, like a home brewed build, it just sucks. So they said that, and they were also talking, and then Zizrun just point blank asked them, how long does it take you to do the campaign? They said they don't really measure it based on time. They just want the whole campaign to be fun. But a lot of people don't find it's fun when their build is weak and they have to go look up a build guide to succeed. But they gave an example of stuff that they're working on, like they have a big patch, like reducing the size of the zone, like connect the dots. That would actually help. So until then, you can just set your own character engine from PoE 1 to PoE. Overall, godly interview from Zizrun. Loved all the fighting. They were friends at the end. Loved the passion from Jonathan. I will not agree with anyone like talking shit about him.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys, I think we're going to call it. PoE 2 has a major identify crisis. Identity, bro. It's okay. I misspell all the time. Watching Ziz's interview made things pretty clear. The dev's vision is to make every single part of that campaign to be engaging and significant. It's crazy to hear this from an ARPG dev that I've spent years playing Path of Exile 1. The whole point of an ARPG is not the campaign. People who are really into hard and engaging campaigns will sod it in Souls or actual RPG games. In ARPG games, it's almost always about the replayability and character building. Now everything makes sense. We have a bunch of Souls devs trying to build an ARPG game with zero consideration for players who are in the power fantasy and experiment by reroll multiple characters. It's baffling that they had the perfect ARPG formula from PoE 1 and they threw it all away to satisfy the desire to create their ideal RPG game. Wow. To people who tell me to go back to PoE 1, I want to play PoE 2. I love the graphics, I love the story, I love WASD, but the power fantasy is dead. Can't argue with this guy. It's the reward ratio that's annoying. A challenging, Loot game is not fun when there's no loot. Doesn't feel rewarding. I want my dopamine rush when I play an ARPG, not feel like I'm doing an extra shift. Yes, sir. Make the zones as hard as you want as long as I'm getting some sweet shinies when I do the thing. Anyway, it's pretty well, you can tell what the feedback is here and how people are taking this. Yeah. All right, everybody. I'm going to call it. Hey, Kruger. What's up, Sammy? What do you think of the interview? I really enjoyed it. I thought it was awesome, Kruger. Sorry I didn't see your message. Just wish they didn't interrupt each other as much. Yeah. Yeah. You know, we've been talking about this. Zizran, I think, did an amazing job. He had follow-ups. He was direct. He told them when he disagreed, but he was professional about it. You know, Jonathan started off on the wrong foot and kind of seemed a little annoyed, but he apologized for that at the end. No sweat. But yeah, like, I think this was... What kind of interview did you guys expect today? Like, I'm just glad Zizran delivered on it. You know? He didn't let him off easy and lob softball questions. He was actually, you know, it represented kind of the tone of the community right now. So when an interviewer does that, you know, it should be applauded. I think he did an amazing job. It was good. Yeah, it was good. Definitely watch it. Definitely watch it. Anyway, all right, everybody. Yeah, what are you gonna do? It is what it is. We're gonna keep slugging along, and yeah, we'll see what happens. All I can say this: not gonna be boring in the PoE 2 land in the foreseeable future. There's a lot of decisions that GGG has to make. I'm sure, you know, Mark was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, you know, they can ignore what the majority of the player base is telling them. They can't ignore it, but every action has a reaction. So, you know, personally, I think they need to do something drastic. Again, it's not about the difficulty. You know, we've read it. You see the sentiment here, right? It's not worth it. I'm not getting the loot. Keep the difficulty, but make it rewarding. Make it fun. Make it worthwhile. No one's saying make the game easy. Nobody. But apparently, by saying, you know, give us more loot, make it more rewarding, they feel like it's making the game easy. And this is the push and pull. So, anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. And we'll see you next time. Thanks, everybody.